Have you ever tried to talk to someone who you care about? Have you ever tried to tell them things for their own good? When you do that, you're showing that what would hurt them will hurt you. That is a true friend. A friend doesn't want to see you get into any trouble. A friend will be there for you all they can. A friend will listen to you, will be a shoulder, someone to talk to, who talks back to you, someone who understands. They don't want to see you in harm's way. They don't want to see you on drugs, abusing alcohol, smoking cigarettes, hanging out in gangs, or with the wrong people. They want what's best for you like they want what's best for them. And one of the things that's best for them is your welfare, that you are faring okay. If a person didn't care about you, they wouldn't say anything to you. They just let you go your way. There are people in this world today who believe that God doesn't care about them because he's not answering their prayers or their prayers. They say the Most High works in mysterious ways. His ways are mysterious, beyond knowing. I believe that the Most High speaks to us through people, through events, through happenings. Through experiences, through good things and bad things. I believe that he loves us all and wants to see none of us perish. But we are so into this world, we have taken our eyes off of our Creator who knows what is best for us. And the thing of it is he loves us so much that he gave us free will. But sometimes that free will that we have gets us into trouble. But if we didn't have free will, we'd be saying, well, we're being controlled. We're robots. We're like puppets on a string. We can't really do anything or say anything. We may as well have been programmed our days, our whole life, programmed. What we're going to do, what we're going to say, who we're going to be with. Everything. But no, the Most High gave us free will. This is how considerate he is. So we can't say that the things that happen in our lives, he did it. Now, some things he may do, and some things he may allow Satan to do. God knows what's best. But he tells us, even with our free will, he tells us, because he cares, what to do and what to not do, how to behave in this life. Yes, even though we have free will. But we have that free will to decide if we want to listen to reason or not. If we want to go this way instead of the way he said for us to go. Free will. Free will is what put many people in jail, in prison. Free will is what caused many people to die. Free will is what causes a man to drink and drive, or drink too much and get into fights. Free will is what causes a man or a woman to cheat on their significant other, to steal from people, to lie to people, to do drugs, to smoke cigarettes. Free will. But even so, the Most High comes to us. He sends voices of reasoning to speak to us, not to twist our arm and make us do anything. If that were the case, there would be no free will. But he talks to us. He talks to us. And he has every right to do so. He created us. He's loving that way. I gave you free will, but that doesn't mean that I'm not going to try to straighten you out before you mess up. Now, you can take what I'm saying to heart. You can believe it. You can live by it, or you can live by what your mind is telling you or what the other entity in you is telling you. And he's there. And he will tell you, do what you want to do. Stop being a goody two-shoes and this and that. And it goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But when you do the right thing, I'll give you an example. You used to hang out with a rowdy group of people. You used to drink all the time. You used to party all the time. You used to do drugs all the time. You used to be promiscuous all the time. But then, as a result of doing something or one or more of those things, you started thinking about the problems that it has caused you. And who wants problems? No one does. So we think. He gave us a mind to think. How loving is that? He gave us a mind to ponder things. We can change our course in life just by changing our mindset. So easy to just say no. I'm not doing it anymore. You have nothing to prove to anyone but to you. If you love life, if you love the Most High, who created life, who put you in this world, whose spirit is in you, his breath of life is in you, that wakes you up every day. If you are thankful for what you do have, then you will, if you're on the wrong course, if you're going the wrong way, you will, something in you, if you have any decency, any good morale in you at all, you will listen and learn from the bad things. You'll start listening in-depthly to that small inner voice that's telling you, you don't have to live. Your life doesn't have to be all messed up like this. You don't have to live this way with all these problems and troubles. Just straighten up and do what's right. It's that simple. It's that simple. We need to stay in our lane. We need to not go against the grain of who we are, trying to be accepted in this world. You let them go the way they're going. There are people in this world who are headed in the direction that you're headed. Just because you haven't met them yet doesn't mean that you won't. We're always in a hurry to experiment with this, to do that, instead of just staying in our lane. No, we have to get in the fast lane. Don't go against the grain of who you know you really are. To your own self, be true. Be true to you. If you love the Creator, be true to Him. He loves you, and He knows what is best for you. Everything He does points to His love.
We are to be faithful, though. Someone who has been so good to us, when you look around and you think back, the memories, the good memories, everything this person has done was for our own good. Even when he chastised us, it was for our own good. That's love. Love isn't just letting somebody do whatever they want to do and just loving them anyway. Oh, no, there's going to come some chastisement one way or the other. If you love a child, you're going to chastise them. Because if you don't, that child will grow up all kinds of wild ways because you let that child get his way all when he was growing up. And it's hard to change him after that. See, and there's people on the face of this earth who think they're the chosen people of the Most High, and they let their children do whatever they want to do because they figure, okay, well, he's a certain color, so he's all right. Life is going to treat him okay, more than it's going to treat anybody else okay because he's a certain color. So you don't spank your kids. You're like, oh, well, I'm not going to spank them. No. I'm just going to, and then they end up on Dr. Phil or whatever because they're doing all kind of crazy stuff, going around shooting up schools and stuff because they can't get their way. No, a child's got to have some discipline. We don't like to be disciplined ourselves.
But it brings out the best in us. It makes us not grow up and be spoiled.
We don't like it. Nobody likes to be chastised. Nobody. But boy, it will bring out something in us. It's like, I guess, being pruned or whatever. Because the more we think about it, boy, I mean, and sometimes it's hard. It is hard. The memories will tear at us, will just sculpt us. They will. It's like a chisel job that's hard. Every time we think of what we did wrong, and it just stays with us. The Most High is convicting us in our spirit, in our hearts, our minds, in other words. His Spirit's convicting us when we do wrong, and it stays with us. You know, sometimes we have to live with the scars, mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual. And it's hard. It's hard.
Sometimes we bring things on ourselves. And sometimes the Most High does things to us to get our attention, to chastise us. And it's for our own good. When Adam and Eve ate from the tree that he told them to not eat of, he cursed the ground, and he said, for your sake, the ground is cursed. That meant that, you know, maybe you'll learn a lesson from this. Maybe you'll learn a lesson from this. So sometimes it gets real hard what the Lord does to us. It does. But it's because we don't listen.
It's hard to accept, but it brings forth goodness. If we don't give up, if we don't give in, it brings forth goodness. And that's what it's all about. The Bible says, don't despise the chastisement of the Lord. Even though it doesn't feel good. Even though we might have a bunch of doubts and wonders about God and who's really doing this. Is Satan doing it? Is God doing it? What? You know? Why is this happening to me? Why did this happen? Then we tend to get mad at God. Well, you know who's doing it if you're on the Lord's side. Satan's out to get us whether we're on God's side or not.
It's hard to know who's doing what to you. It is so hard to know.
It's hard to know. It is hard to know. But the good thing about, you know, if you don't really know, the good thing about it is being, you know where you are, where you stand. You're on the Lord's side. You're on the Lord's side. So no matter what happens, listen, there is nothing that Satan has broken or influenced us to do or other people to do to us, and they do it. You can't make anybody do anything, but you can influence them to do it. And Satan has the power to do stuff. God put a hedge up around Job. When Satan talked him into, you know, because he didn't like it that he couldn't get to Job. But if you don't have a hedge up around you, which means you're not living right. And Satan can just come at you. People say, well, Satan can't do nothing that the Lord won't let him do. That's right. That's right. But if you are in Satan's territory, there is I can't put it on YouTube, but I had it on my Facebook page, and I probably shouldn't have had it on there either. But if you look it up, it's called something about a man eaten alive by lions. These people went to this safari, and this guy gets out of his car with his camera, like he's just cool breeze. Everybody else sitting in the car. He thought, there were signs somewhere saying, don't get out of the car, probably don't feed the animals, this and that. You're going to get out of the car and want to take pictures up close of some man-eating lions because you got it like that? That's just like people messing around with out there in this pandemic. That makes no sense. You think you're invincible? You think you're invincible till that pandemic gets a hold of you and tears you up, destroys you. They ate that man alive. They ate him alive to the horror of the other people out there looking. Ate the man alive. You look it up, you'll see it. I mean, they don't show him the lions actually eating the man, but they showed it when they knocked him down, and you could see them eating. You couldn't see them like eating the flesh because they didn't show actually that part, but you could see their heads eating into the man's, you see the top of their heads. They were eating the man. That's just what happens to us when we mess around where we shouldn't be messing around. Take precautionary measures. The signs are there. People are telling you the signs are there. The warnings are there. Don't do it. Stay in where you're supposed to be. Slow down. Think about what you're fixing to do before something bad happens to you. And when it happens, man, it's too late. Shoulda, woulda, coulda. But it's too late. Stop messing around. How many times does a person have to tell you before you take it to heart what they're saying to you? When it's too late, then it's like, oh, you can see 2020. You can see clearly. I'm just going to take my chances. It's like with smoking and drinking and doing drugs. Just because it hasn't killed you yet or made you sick to where you're dying. Just because it hasn't happened yet. You see it happen to other people. But it hasn't happened to you yet. Oh, one more time ain't gonna hurt me. One more time, one more cigarette. One more bottle. One more this, one more that. I'll be all right. Boy. Heed the warning. Heed the warning. Slow down. Slow down. Think. You can't think when your head's in the clouds, when you're on drugs, when you're doing these crazy things following the world. Just because the world's doing it, it looks to be okay. You can't think then. You got to stop trying to please yourself and think about the Most High. How He's looking at you. Look.
Check out this verse. 1 Corinthians 6 and 19. Check it out.
It goes, what? Know ye not that your body is the temple of the Holy Ghost, which is in you, the breath of life, in other words, which ye have of God, and you are not your own? That's 1 Corinthians 6:19. When you do drugs, when you drink, when you smoke, when you are mean to people, when you say nasty things or do mean things, whatever you do that's disrespectful to the Most High who lives in you. You're hurting other people. You're people out there killing people, lying, gossiping. The Most High, He sees everything you do. He lives in you. His spirit, His breath of life is in you. That's how He knows everything you think, everything you do. That's how the eyes of the Lord are in every place. Plus, His angels are watching you. There is no escaping God. Jonah thought that because he ran and got on that ship and everything, I don't know to this day, but the Bible didn't say where he was going. I guess it did. I don't know, Tarsus or something like that. But he thought he could get away with God. Get away from God. He thought he could get away from God. No. No. He couldn't. People do things, they think, oh, man, I got away with that. Don't nobody know nothing about what I did. I did it by myself. It doesn't matter whether you do it by yourself or with somebody else. It's coming back to you. Whatever you've done, whatever you said, you better make amends, because one day, you can call it karma, you can call it God's justice sword, whatever you want to call it. One day, it will knock on the door of your memory. And you open that door, it's going to be standing right there. It's going to be a big fan standing right in front of you. And on top of that, above that fan, is going to be a big tub of crap. That fan's going to be running full force, and that tub is going to be tilted. And you ain't going to be able to escape when the crap hits the fan. Metaphorically speaking. Symbolically speaking. It will come back to you. It will come back to you. I got a saying about that. Be careful what you dish out on the ever-turning table of life. Because you will, someday, somehow, some way, have to eat every bit of it. You or someone you love, it will hit home. It will come back home. You do animals wrong, it's going to come back home to you. I mean wrong. Now, some animals, the Lord said we could use for food. He didn't say that at first, but he allowed us to do it. Because man was the one who wanted to eat animals and stuff. God didn't say eat animals at first in the beginning, but he gave us fruit trees. He gave us the herbs of the field for food. He didn't say anything about animals. Somewhere along the way, man had to have something to meet. He had to, God was feeding the Israelites manna in the desert, okay? Manna. They kept crying for meat. Now, if it was okay for them to eat meat in the first place, God would have sent them meat. They were crying for quail. So God, and this is not really funny, but because God, it kind of made God mad, man. I mean, he sent him quail. He told him, I'm going to send you so much quail, you'll have so much quail to eat, it's going to come out of your ears.
Now, when they got the quail, and they wanted so bad, I can just see them eating it, just gorging themselves after they cooked it. And they were probably eating like a bunch of ingrates, probably didn't say, thank you, Lord, or anything, because they were a selfish, stiff-necked people, always complaining. Somewhere along the way, man had to have experimented with eating meat, because the Most High told man in the day of Noah, he told Noah what kind of meat animals man could eat. Then he later told Moses what kind of meat they could eat. But in the beginning, it was not so, because had it been, he would have told them then what kind of meat they could eat. Up until the time that he sent them manna, he knew that meat was not, it wasn't good for man to eat. Even the better of the animals that that a man could eat, because he sent them manna. He sent them manna. So in the beginning, you put two and two together, it was not meant for man to eat meat. Man chose to do this, and when they got that quail, they just wanted it so bad, and it seems to me that they were just an ungrateful, always complaining people, always complaining, and it made the Lord mad. And things sometimes can mount and build and make you just go over the edge. So I mean, they even got on Moses' nerves. That's when he hit that rock twice, when they kept complaining about water. So and like today, man, what does he do? God told us what we could eat, okay, and his kindness, out of his love for us, because he knew he's trying to please his children, even though we make him mad. But even though he gave us that leeway, it's like when a person when a person when they raise the speed limit up to 65 from 55. Oh, we got to do 75 and 80. You know, he told us not to eat swine. What does man do? Everything on the pig we eat. Pig skin, pig's feet, everything. Everything. Not good to eat animals. Some animals eat other animals. God knows what's best for us.
Some of them eat, leaves and this grass, whatever.
I'm going to say it again, and I hope you get the gist of what I'm talking about here. Listen.
Some animals eat other animals.
Some animals eat things that are not good for us. What they eat, we eat.
Chicken eats stuff off the ground, bugs and worms and all kind of stuff.
So why ask why our hard-headed butts get sick? Well, we eat things, many of the things that the Most High said, do not eat. We eat. The grocery stores are full of these things, he said, these animals, he said, don't eat, including the pig, the hog, the swine. Everything on the swine. Everything on the pig. Everything on the pig. Everything on the pig. Even though God said about the pig too.
Do not eat the pig. Do not eat the pig. Everything on the pig. Everything on the hog. Right down to the pig's feet. Right down to his skin. Pig skins. Man is eating like crazy. Church pantries giving this stuff out. Bless this pork that you command us to not eat. Then we wonder why we get all these ailments and sicknesses and stuff. Be careful what you ask for. You just might get it. I'm going to tell you something. I hope the Most High is not mad at me when I say this. I was liking this female. I'm not going to mention her name. She's real pretty. All this and that. I was really, really liking this girl. But she would barely, she wouldn't call. And I was like, she always wanted me to call her or whatever. She lived right in front of me. We stayed in apartment complexes. I was living with my mom at the time. And some church people came over. I was talking to them and everything. And after they left, I got to thinking about her. So I said, and God knew better. He knew. He didn't like come out and just tell me. But I got the impression in my spirit, in my heart, in my mind. I said, God, please have her make her call me. Please have her call me. Just put it on her mind to call me. She had never called me before. Never. Not once. And I'd known her for, I don't know, because I guess she was just used to be calling her or whatever. And plus, she lived right in front of me. I could open our front door and look at her back door. It was right across the sidewalk, probably less than 20 feet. So she calls me. But before she calls me, I got this strong impression that said to me, don't ask me to do that. Don't ask me to do that. Oh, God, I just wanted to call. Man, before I even got to saying it in my mind, the phone rang. Before the phone rang, I was like, really wanting this girl to call. I said, I really want her to call me. I want her to call me, please. The phone rings. It's her. I'm like, oh wow, that's surprising. What's up? Must be getting ready to snow or something. I said, you called me? Wow, what's going on? I just called to see what you're doing. Boy, let me tell you something. Like they say, be careful what you ask for. God knew. He knew. He wasn't going to come out and tell me in detail. But he knew. He knew what the future held with me and this girl. She ended up tearing up my mom's front room with another girl. It just happened after we were talking on the phone and everything. I met another girl, oh, it was a long story. It was a long story. She found out about it, that another girl was over my house. Came over there, and boy, they tore up the whole front room. And then the girl, the one I asked God to call me, she went in my mom's room. My mom had just got out of the hospital. She didn't need all that. Slapped all the whatnots out of my mom's window, yelling, screaming, and hollering, "Get this bee out of your house," and all this and that. They're in there tearing up the front room. I mean, tearing it up. Tore up everything on the entertainment center, knocked it all over. Glass was all over the place in the front room. Crazy stuff. Because somebody tipped off this girl, told her that I had company over there. And the girl happened to spend the night, and the person who tipped him off saw it, and he felt like it was his duty to go over there and tell this girl, who I asked the Lord to call me, that I had company. Okay. Boy, it went from one thing. She tore up my mom's house. I tore up her car for what she did at my mom's house. I got chewed out by the girl that spent the night with me. And then I got threatened by the girl whose car, well, I hadn't tore up her car at that point. But I told her, "You're going to pay for the stuff you tore up in my mom's house." "I'm not paying for nothing. If that girl comes back over there, I'm going to have some gang members I know come over and deal with you." I said, "Oh, you're going to add insult to injury, huh? Tear up my mom's place and they're going to threaten me?" Okay.
Yeah, well, it wasn't really funny. I was being sarcastic when I was laughing, when I was thinking about it, when she said it.
I had to spend almost a year. Let me see, I think it was 8 months in the county jail and the other 4 months in a medium security. Was it medium? Yeah, no, minimum security prison. All behind this. I'm going to tell you one thing. Be careful what you ask for. Think before you act. Think before you ask. Think. Boy, that was, you know what, I tell you what. I had a long time to think then. A long time to think. And guess what I thought all those times? It was not worth it. God forgive me for even asking you to have her, to make her, put it on her mind to call me. Oh my God. I'm just saying that just to say, be careful what you ask for. Be careful when someone tells you something. When you know in your heart of hearts, in your mind of minds, when you know in your reasonings of reasonings, if you understand what I'm saying, what's right to do and what you shouldn't do. If you understand, if you can sense, if you can see, if your mind is open to what someone is saying, if you understand what that person is saying to you, think on these things. If something is of good report, if it is lovely, if it is true, if it makes good sense, if it has merit, think on these things. If it has more merit, if it is more lovely, if it is more meaningful to you, if it is more good to do to you, or if it seems that it's better to do, better to live this one way or to not do something else, then do what's best. Because, boy, I almost guarantee you that if you don't, it's like reading something in the Bible, in Proverbs. So good advice, wisdom, where you get knowledge from, understanding. You know, you got to think to have these things. You can't just rush into anything. No, sit down, get away from the world. Just because the rest of the world's doing it, that doesn't, you don't have to follow the world. You ain't missing nothing. Believe me, you ain't missing anything. You might be saving your own life by thinking. Ain't missing nothing out there. Ain't nothing out there. Bunch of people cheating on each other. People masquerading all over the place. Putting on airs like they're happy. Yeah, how you going to be happy even when the pandemic wasn't going on? Yeah, people are happy and all this and that. That's why people end up dead, hurt, road rage, all kind of crazy stuff. Because people are happy, so happy out there. That's why they're lying to each other, cheating on each other, stealing from each other, plotting on each other, scheming and stuff, killing their own kids and doing all this because they're really happy. Yeah. There ain't nothing out there. Nothing. If you really think about it, you'll see that there is nothing out there that's worth it. If you really think about it. See, this selfish stuff that we when Satan told Eve that stuff and Eve told Adam, you know what? Eve, look at the pattern. He told Eve, because Eve was the weaker sex, right? So he knew Adam loved Eve. Okay, picture Eve as being the world and you being Adam, okay? You want to go out there and get with Eve because Eve is just having a good old time. You'd have a better time with Eve than sitting your butt down somewhere and letting Eve go. You know what I'm saying? Metaphorically speaking, let the world go. It's not worth it. Since Adam and Eve, we have been deceived. The whole world is deceived. The world is following the world. The world is following the world. The world is following the world. Everybody's following everybody else. They think that everything else that everybody else is doing is the end thing to do. Have you ever noticed that someone is following you? There's somebody out there wants to be just like you. They may not say it. They may not say it. But there's somebody that wants to be just like you. Just like you want to be, or they want to hang around you for some reason. There's something about you that somebody else likes. Just like there's something about everybody else that it's just a variety thing. Man, I don't need nobody. Okay, I'm content by myself. I know by myself I ain't got to worry about this. I ain't got to worry about, if I want to walk around in my birthday suit all day long in my apartment, I could do that. You know? I ain't got to worry about nobody poisoning me, cheating on me. I ain't got to worry about washing nobody else's clothes, wash my own clothes. I ain't got to worry about washing somebody else's dishes. I ain't got to worry about buying somebody else's food. I ain't got to worry about somebody scheming on me, plotting on me to kill me. No, I ain't got to worry about none of that. I ain't got to worry about washing nobody's clothes. I think I mentioned that. No, I'm content. It's not good to be alone, but it's better to be alone than the way things are going nowadays. Oh, hey, it's best to just be alone. It's best to be alone. Ooh, ooh. You know, if people don't understand that or whatever, they don't understand why you want to get away from them and you just want to be by yourself or whatever. Hey, that's their problem. The people who respect that, those are the people you want to, you kind of want to keep talking with them and stuff. And not necessarily at your house or whatever. It could be if you're comfortable with it. But no. It's always good to talk to people. You can always find something to do. I mean, it's just what you want, what you figure out, that's good for you to do. So, like what I'm doing here. I'm not getting no feedback from it. Every once in a while I do, on YouTube or Facebook or whatever. And that's fine. That's fine. Think about what you do. Think about the past. Think about nobody's really happy in this world. If you see somebody going around acting like they're content, they're all happy, no, those people are miserable. They are miserable. There's a void, there's a hole in their soul that they are trying to fill. And they're wearing a mask. They are not happy, okay? They are playing like they are happy. Playing like they are happy. They are winging it through life. Playing like they are happy. The whole world is a masquerade. And I hope that makes you feel better to hear it because it's the truth. Sometimes the truth hurts. Sometimes the truth, hey, you like to see it coming, makes you feel good. It's healing. It's like marrow to your bones. It's like health to your bones. You're not the only one out there who's by yourself or alone or doesn't want to hang around with the world because the world is full of crap. The Bible hasn't lied. It has not lied. God doesn't lie. He said, love would wax cold in the last days. Oh boy, look at some of the crime shows. Look at some of the crime shows. Good God, look at the racism, the hate crimes. Look at the world. Look at what people do to their own families, to their husbands, to their wives, to their children, their moms, their dads, their uncles, their aunts. Look at what people do to each other. There is one heck of a struggle in this world. Then we got people at the top who are wicked, who are crooked, politicians, our own government. Look at how they treat us. In the middle of a pandemic, promises, promises, promises. And then every once in a while, a glimmer of hope, a little $600 check. After almost a year of suffering. And they sent all this other money all over the world and stuff. Talking about the study of this and the study of that. Really? Why don't you study the people that's out there living in cardboard boxes, okay? Do a study on that. Wow. In the middle of a pandemic, no less. Oh, wow. I'm going to get off here and finish doing what I was doing, which is nobody's business. So I can do it like that. I got time to do it. Nobody's in my way. Nobody's distracted me. I'm going to get this out to you. I usually try to put some pictures with what I'm sending out. But I'm just going to send this out because I know people out there in this pandemic, and the smart people are at home as much as they can be. I know you got to go out and get food and stuff like that, or doctor's appointment, whatever important, really important you have to do. But the smart people are not the ones going around talking about it's a hoax, it's a hoax. Yeah, okay, 500,000 people dead is not a hoax. A blind man could see that. Good God. Boy, when God said, I will vex you with a foolish nation. With a foolish nation. The people who still support Trump. And a lot of them got in trouble for following behind him, listening to him. Just like people get in trouble listening to Satan. The people who still support him. When I think of how foolish they were, after all he's done, after all he's lied about, after selling out the country, putting kids in cages, separating them from their families, talking trash to women, and people of color, as they say, people of color. Wow. What does that say of them? But man, you listen for one thing. If you didn't have any color, you'd be transparent, and you really would be messed up looking. Okay? So let's clarify that right now. People of color. You're not the chosen people. You are not the chosen ones. And getting back to that reminds me back to what I was saying here, before I forget. The Most High, back 2,000 years ago in the Bible, I will vex you with a foolish nation, not a people, void of understanding. Look at how foolish these people are today. This is 2,000 years later. After what this man has done and said, threw them all under the bus on top of that. He still got supporters. Still got supporters. How foolish are you? I will vex you with a foolish nation, void of understanding. Oh my God. When you think of how foolish they are now, after all Trump did, and is still doing, still trying to do, and still got supporters, how much more foolish were they 2,000 years ago? Was there no progress at all? None whatsoever. If they are that foolish now, how much more foolish were they then? And I ain't talking about the whole race. I'm talking about the ones like the Trump supporters, who seem to not have people. I'm not talking about the whole race, and the Most High, I don't believe, was talking about the whole race being foolish. It's just that that nation of people, this nation of people back then was more than any other people on the face of the earth. The chosen ones, he said, of the chosen ones, he told our ancestors, I didn't choose you because you are great in number and people-wise. I chose you because, he said, no. He said, in fact, you are the least in number of people. I chose you because you are a religious people. Abraham, they were righteous people back then. God saw the good in them more than anyone else. So that's why he chose us. And that doesn't mean, just like on one hand, the Lord said that I will vex you with a foolish nation. It doesn't mean that he was talking about all of them. It's just that they are the majority. And the majority of them, even to this day, seems to be like, 74 million? Come on. You still want to... How many more people in the Caucasian race are racist? Look at what the police do. Look at how they act. like they're void of understanding, like they are eager to kill. Not all of them. See, this is what you got to understand. It's not all of them. And I'm going to prove something to you. All the lineage of Abraham, the chosen people of Abraham, are not ones who will bless the nations. They are not the teachers. Not all of them are the teachers. In fact, some people of the lineage of Abraham have converted their life by the way they live. They have transformed themselves, converted themselves into being called of the Gentile class. They may be true enough. They may be children or descendants of the chosen people of the Most High, of Abraham, 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 making them the chosen ones per se. But by the way they live, they are clearly in the Gentile class. There are people in the there are Gentiles who, by the way they live, have converted themselves over to be in the Hebrew Israelite class. The children of Israel. Do you understand? These are the ones, the learnable, teachable ones, that we are to reach out to. We're to reach out to all of them. 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 But all of them will not listen. Some things they just don't want to hear. They don't want to see. They won't accept. They won't believe. And that's fine. That's fine. That is fine and dandy. Yeah, I'm going to let this be the talk. But the truth is marching on. And there's nothing anybody could do about it. Nothing. A lot of white people know who the chosen ones are, who God's chosen people are. Some don't know. And that's why they live the way they live. That's why when you think you're the chosen ones, and you let your children just grow up any kind of way because they're whitey and they're righty, they're all righty, and then they go shoot up schools because they can't get their way, or they kill up their whole family, or they're out of control and in public and stuff. Oh, and I've seen some of them. I'm not just saying it to be funny either. I have seen some of them, the way they act. Boy, I mean barbaric. I've seen some decent ones, and I've seen some indecent ones. And the ones I've seen who are indecent, oh my God. Oh my, it's just like, what raised these kids? How is it that they act like that? How is it that they act like that? I'm going to give you an illustration right here about some white people who don't know the truth, who think they're the chosen ones. They don't know that their ancestors took books out of the Bible, some of their ancestors took books out of the Bible, hiding the true identity of God's chosen people, of the black race. Okay, and then put pictures in the Bible of fictitious images in the Bible of when I say fictitious, I mean the color of the skin of people who they are depicted to be people of the white race, the main biblical characters. Okay? And mainly in the big Bibles. The Bibles are spread all over the world, all over the church house walls and all the walls in other buildings. Pictures of a white Jesus. White angels and this and that junk. Okay. And and it went as far as to put this stuff in movies, to make movies of depicting that by the people they used, the race they used, depicting that the main biblical characters in the Bible were white. Two things that you did that people that well not what you did. I'm just saying the ones who did it actually. You took stuff out of the Bible, you put stuff in the Bible. Two damnations right there that Revelation speaks of. Then on top of that, you come over here, or before that, you come over here and you lied and said, well, no, you took this land. You said Columbus discovered America, all in the history books, right? No, Columbus discovered this land with people already living on it, Native Americans, who Columbus and the people who were with him deceived and by way of violence stole this land. And then had the nerve, when the Indians got mad about it, the Native Americans got mad about it, had the nerve to call them savages. Because they wanted to keep the land because they knew they had been lied to. Okay, then let's go to the other thing. You said that all the presidents of the United States were white. No, the first 7 presidents were black. Lie after lie after lie after lie, lie after lie. And who was the father of lies? Satan. He was a murderer, a liar, and a murderer from the beginning. Who resembles Satan to this day? That people are following, like the Antichrist. All the characteristics of the Antichrist. They follow him. They adore the man. They worship him. He said, in fact, he could go stand out in the middle of the street and shoot somebody dead, and all his followers would still adore him. And I believe it. This man can do no wrong in their eyes. But some of them have woke up. See, this is, but many white people don't know this. And I know that the Most High wasn't talking about all white people being foolish. I've met some white people, and I know for a fact, concrete fact, that all white people ain't foolish. And I know for a fact that all black people are not. They may be chosen people of the most. People of the black race may be chosen people of the Most High. True enough. But by the way they live, they are considered Gentiles in the Gentile class. So all black people, I know, are not the ones who are to bless the nations of the earth, all the nations. No. No. There are foolish ones in the black race. There's foolish ones in every race. So you have to just look at things. It is what it is. Like Trump said, it's about the only sensible thing he's ever said. But his pride in his voice, he really surely thinks that white people are the chosen people. And I was going to say something earlier about this one girl who I was seeing a while back, white girl. Yeah, I've dated white girls. It's on my page too. It's on my Facebook page. I know, I believe that when God said don't mix race with them, he was talking to us, not mixing race with you, not you not mixing race with us. And there's a reason because of the things that you love, the pagan holidays, and the gods that you love, and the things that you do. We can go as far as having sex with animals, and this and that, which brings up why you some white people smell like dogs, why they have red eye in the camera, why they have lice, this and that. Why do they do the things that they do? Like animals, some of them. Just kill, just and lie. Lie. Like it's nothing. Where does that come from? Where does that come from? Just live any kind of way. And think you're the chosen people. Well, if that ain't an insult. If that's not an insult, walking around all crazy as hell, chest all puffed out like somebody supposed to hold the door open for you, or do this or that for you, or move out of your way or whatever. Wow, wow, oh my God. And because you believe that lie that some of your ancestors told you guys, that verse in Deuteronomy, the one I was talking about, that says, uh, I will vex you with a foolish nation, not a people, void of understanding. You seem to take that to mean that you seem to think that the Most High was talking to you. That he was talking to you about being vexed with us. We weren't even a nation back then. The Bible says that. But see, if you use line upon line, precept upon precept, like God commanded in the Bible to use that method, you'd see that. You'd understand it. We weren't even close to being a nation. Not even close. But the white man was. In fact, the white man was more in number than any other people on the face of this earth. We were least in number. The Bible told us that. God told us that. So now that I'm going down through there, getting down through there like a turkey in the corn, I know I'm bringing a wrecking ball to some of y'all. That you don't want, that you trying to miss, you ain't trying to get hit by this. But it's hurting though. You can feel the wind of it coming by you. Turn everything you believed in, turn it up. And you know what? You may not remember what I'm saying, but you'll remember the wind. The wind, the wind, the wind. The answer, my friend, is blowing in the wind. The wind of that wrecking ball, God's exposing everything that's false. You'll remember. It'll stay with you. That's what the truth does. It's got a way of sticking to you. Yes, you will remember. It'll stay on your mind. You can question it. You can question things of this and that, whatever. You don't have to believe it. You don't have to accept it. You don't have to like it. You can ridicule it. You can talk about it. You can gossip about it. You can hate it. Or whatever you want to do. It ain't going to change what it is. And that's the truth. The straightway truth that will set you free, that will set all men free, when they accept it, when they live by it, when they share it with other people, when they live it, the truth will set you free. That's the spirit of the truth. When God said he would send his people to, his people would bless the nations, he didn't say how they would do it. He didn't say they would come to you on TV. He didn't say if they would be male or female. He didn't tell you that. He didn't say you would see them in person. He didn't say how he would do it. He just said we would bless all the nations in the earth. All nations. Through us would be blessed, or by us would be blessed. So you take it for what it's worth. You can share it. You can sit on it. You can act like, you didn't, that it's not the truth, and that your race, if you're white, you are the chosen people. There's a lot of black people still worshiping those white Jesuses on the wall. Probably some black people looking at me or listening to this with beady eyes and stuff. I wish I could find that black man. I wish I could find you, Mr. Black Man. I'd blow your head off. I'd blow your head off. You just as bad as the white people listening to it. Because that's all you've known all your life. That's all you've known. It's just like if all you've eaten all your life is white bread, white rice, white sugar, white bean, white beans, and then somebody comes along and they give you some wheat bread and some brown sugar, some brown rice, and some pinto beans, some brown beans, and it's better. It's better for you. It's better for you, but you don't want to try it because you used to all this other stuff. And then when you do try it, you find out that it's good. It tastes better, right? Why didn't I know this before? Why didn't somebody tell me about this before? Good question. See, you people out there, if you're not going to share, that means you don't care. You really don't care. The Most High said, if I tell you to warn someone that they are headed for destruction or death, that they're going to die, and you don't do it, and that person dies, I will hold you personally responsible for that person's death. But if I tell you to warn someone that they are going to die, and you tell them, but that person doesn't listen to you or heed the warning, and they die, they will die, true enough. They'll be dead, true enough. But their death won't be on your hands because you did at least tell them. So you're saving your own life if you share what you know. And it's just the truth. Whether you share it or not, it's going to remain what it is. The truth. And the Father is looking for such ones, such teachable, learnable ones, bold ones. He's looking for such warriors, such teachers, such messengers, such watchmen, people with the light of the truth, to come forth, to stand up, to speak out against the evils, the lies in this world, to expose the lies with the light of the truth. The Spirit of the Most High is in the world, but Jesus has not been fully lifted up. People can't see him, can't see the light, because there are not that many people trying to hold the light up. Which is one reason why you're hearing this. So what will you do? I'm not talking about your neighbors. I'm not talking about them people out there enjoying the world in the middle of a pandemic. We're not talking about what they're doing. We're talking about what are you doing? What will you do? Don't be looking at what it's stupid, it's foolish to look at what they are doing. Because they are not the ones who will have to answer for you in the end. When the Most High asked you, why didn't you do something? Oh, what's your excuse going to be? Well, everybody else was doing something else. Why is everybody picking on me? Boy, yeah, everybody else is on the broad road to destruction. Broad road to hell. Only a few on the narrow road to life. So many things I could tell you about hell. There's not a spiritual hell. Satan and his angels will be made into human form, turned into human form, to suffer, to burn. It's going to seem, and them especially, it's going to seem like they're burning forever and ever because of all the things they've done that they have to pay for. The torment of the worm of their torment. The things they've done to other people that ate at other people. They're going to be the same things that eat at them. All the hurt, the pain, the misery, it's coming back to them. It's like that movie Ghost Rider, in the end of it, where God told Satan the son, was supposed to be Satan the son, feel their pain. Oh, and God's got a way of stretching things out. God can make them, they just go through death after death. They're going through a literal living hell while they are burning. And they have no rest day or night. That's Satan them. There's going to be some people who burn longer than others, according to what they did. Because some people did more evil than other people. But boy, Satan, the Bible says, well, they burn forever and ever, and the fire is not quenched, and the worm doesn't die. No, the fire will not be quenched, and the worm will not die until God's justice is satisfied. And I'll prove it to you. Yeah, it's going to seem like they're burning forever and ever, and that worm dieth not. To them it will. Satan and his angels will burn longer than anybody after they are made into human form. And to prove to you that they will be made into human form, the Bible also says, see, but your preachers won't tell you this. The Bible also says, after God's justice is satisfied, in so many words, it says this, God's people will come out to worship him. And they will pass by the corpses, the burnt up bodies of the evil people, all of them. Satan and his angels too, who will be made into human form. They will look at them, and they will be an abhorrence. This is the very word the Bible uses. An abhorrence to look at. The agony on their faces, the pain, the torment. No doubt it'll be able to be seen. Not just that they were burning, which God has a way he can stretch out however he wants to stretch it out until his justice is satisfied. The Bible says they will be an abhorrence to look at. This is what hellfire did to them. Fire that came out of heaven. Same fire that came out of heaven that burned up the people in Sodom and Gomorrah. In fact, of that fire, the angel said, let this be a warning of what is coming to evil people. And after the great white throne judgment of the Most High, and it doesn't mean some white man up there, okay? Oh my God! It just means the undefiled, unbiased, truly righteous judgment, the final judgment of the Most High, condemning evil, getting rid of evil. And the hellfire came down and destroyed them. Destroyed means destroyed means destroyed. Death means dead means dead means dead. Alive, alive, alive means alive. Okay? The Bible also says, the dead know nothing. Don't fall for that. Well, I've seen my dead Uncle Tony and my dead child and my dead co-worker and who used to be my co-worker and this and that. Satan has the power to do that. He did it to Saul in the book of Samuel. When Saul didn't listen to God, God stopped talking to Saul. Samuel died, who was Saul's friend. And Saul went to a spiritist. God does not condone spiritism in any way, shape, or form. he went to a spiritist because God didn't talk to him anymore. Samuel was dead, so Samuel couldn't talk to God for Saul. And the reason why God stopped talking to Saul was because God told Saul to do something, and Saul, he did part of it. He didn't do all of it. Saul did what he thought would be better than what God wanted. He was going to bring God a surprise back. Well, Saul got a surprise, all right. So anyway, Saul went to a seance holder to bring Samuel, what he thought was the spirit of dead Samuel, up. Okay. Samuel was a man of God. Samuel did not condone spiritism either. And remember, God had stopped talking to Saul because Saul didn't do what he told him. Saul didn't do what God told him to do. So God stopped speaking to him. When he went to the seance holder. She does the seance. Satan saw opportunity out the yin yang to mess with to mess with Saul. So this figure comes up, and like I said, Satan. Well, I didn't say it in this one, but Satan and his angels have the power to make themselves look like anyone on the face of this earth, at any age, any color, scars, hair, looks, everything, voice, everything, height, weight, just the way they looked before they died. Voice to the T, looks to the T, everything. This is how much power they have to deceive. So when Satan pretended to be dead Samuel, he came up and told Saul some stuff that would totally discourage Saul, make him completely give up. And that's exactly what Saul did. This is the book of Samuel. So when you hear people talking about this and that, you look at these movies with these, excuse me, there's an air bubble in my throat, but all these fictitious images in them. I mean, with all these fictitious images, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. When you see these movies talking about movies like Ghost and City of Angels, who's taking a little girl to heaven, who's going home, and all this stuff like that. Don't believe that crap. Don't believe that crap. Those directors and producers, movie producers, and people like that, and even people who sing about, well, I know you're shining down on me from heaven and all this and that junk. Okay? These are the same, they are in the same boat with false prophets. Satan has got the whole world deceived through singers, through actors, through movie producers. They have the whole world deceived. City of Angels, Ghost. You're dead, Willie, you're dead. Hey, death is the opposite of life, okay? The Bible says, when a man dies in that day, his thoughts do perish. So either you're dead or you're alive. Which is it? You're dead or you're alive? No, they are dead. Jesus Christ. And these obituaries, boy, they are so full of it. You read them in the paper. Almost everyone says the same thing, pretty much. Well, he's going to be with the Lord. God called her home. And when I hear people talk like that, I'm like, how ignorant can people be? They don't read the Bible. See, that's what you get for following the world. You got your head up the world's butt when your head should be in the Bible, reading, studying, to show yourself approved, to show that you know what you're talking about. Instead of just taking things in the Bible at face value, like these half truth-telling or not all the way truth-telling false prophets. My God. Oh, the pandemic is a bad thing. I personally, I think it's a curse from the Most High. And if it's not, the Most High is using it to get his word out. And like I said before in some of my talks, I'm not professional. I clear my throat in my talks. Sometimes I'm even eating in my talks. Because I got something I want to say and I don't want to miss nothing. Sometimes I might start off with just an idea, put it on my phone, and then I'm talking so much in it, other stuff comes up, that I just use what started out as an idea as the whole talk. And if you don't understand it, well, listen, you got time during this pandemic to run it back and listen to it again. In fact, I encourage you to do so. And moreover, I encourage you to listen to the talk videos on my, and look at the literature if you can read. And just look. And you know, the Bible's like, listen, the Bible is like a puzzle. It's got pieces in it that you have to put together. Okay? When you get to putting these pieces together, okay, especially the pieces that you read a part one place in the Bible, and then you read something else in the Bible that seems to correlate with this, you know, seems to go together with this part here. When you start putting these pieces together, when you start thinking, get away from the world, go to a place of solitude, to your own little corner somewhere, and start thinking. It starts to come to you. You start to see the whole picture of what the Bible is talking about. You start to see the whole picture. It starts to make sense. But if you read a little bit here, and then you go get in the world, then you come, some people even have Bibles on their in their houses, open up and have a little ribbon going down through the middle between the pages. Like they are so religious. People riding around with Bibles on their dashboards or in the back of their cars, in the back window. Like they are so religified. It's okay to carry a Bible. It's okay to carry a Bible. But the Bible says, God says in the Bible, don't be overly religious. You ain't got to do all that. You ain't got to be like the scribes and Pharisees, standing all out on street corners and praying and stuff, and be like some of these preachers and stuff in the churches, crying and sweating and hollering and snotting and carrying on about to pass out, these paramedics and stuff, yelling at the congregation, looking all mean and stuff. You ain't got to do all that. You ain't got to use a bunch of big words like you're Mr. Know-It-All. Jesus spoke to people in a language, he spoke plainly, so plainly that even little children could understand what he was talking about. When he wasn't talking in parables to the ones who thought themselves so smart, he spoke plainly. Even little children could understand him. And he was loving, he was compassionate, and children loved him. He was kind, he was considerate, he was loving, caring, and children saw that it was easy for them to come to him, to talk to him, to climb on him, or whatever they were doing. You know, they loved being around him. When the disciples saw that how children were attracted to him and wanted to be around him and stuff like that, they tried to run the kids off. And Jesus said, no, let them come to me. For of such is the kingdom of heaven. Meaning the learnable, the teachable, the childlike, the innocent ones, the little faithful ones. When you see someone, that's what I was talking about. That's why I say my talks are not perfect. I'm not going to go back and edit it out because it's just an idea, but I'm going to use it for a talk. When you see someone and you see, you know, in your heart of hearts, in your mind, in your spirit, in other words, and for another word, when something tells you that person needs help, when you see it and you don't do anything to help that person, especially if you know, because nobody's really happy. If somebody tells you they're completely happy, oh, I'm happy. Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No. No, no, no. That person is lying to you. They are lying to themselves. Oh, people can put on some pretty good airs, but they're not happy. No one is completely, truly happy unless they know the truth. That's the only thing that sets you free. Otherwise, you got the chains of sin bogging you down every day in one way or another. If anybody tells you they're happy, it's probably because they popped a whole bunch of pills or just did a line of coke or whatever, shot up or something, or got drunk and they're happy. That kind of happiness only lasts a little while. And then that hole in their soul, they try to cover it up with all that other stuff, but try to fill it with all the other stuff, but that doesn't work. There's so many things I could tell you. People think that the criminal on the cross. I'm going to say this, then I'm going to get off here and finish. I'm going to breeze through this real fast. You got time to listen to it again. Just listen. When he told Jesus, remember me when you come into your kingdom. The guy knew that Jesus was from heaven. I guess he believed it, or at least he was hoping it. I don't know. But he did say it, so maybe there was a little bit of faith there or something, or at least a little bit of hope that it would be that way. They did not go into heaven that day. That was in the book of Luke. In the book of John, the very next book, I don't say our preachers miss this, Jesus tells Mary Magdalene after he's resurrected, do not cling to me, for I have not yet ascended to my Father. Okay. But in the book of Luke, it seems to say, because Jesus told him, truly I tell you today, you will be with me in paradise. The criminal thought he was going to the
heavenly kingdom paradise.
No. Now listen, and I'll explain something to you. When the Bible was written, first of all, it was written by inspired men of God. The Bible was written by inspired men of God 2,000 years ago. And it was written without punctuation marks, because punctuation marks had not been invented. Okay. In the 19th century, when the Bible was rewritten, and it had been written probably, who knows how many times over since from 2,000 years ago to the 19th century. In the 19th century, the Bible had to be rewritten because punctuation marks had been invented. But when the Bible was rewritten, it was written by uninspired men of God. And these uninspired people who rewrote it, when it came to the verse where Jesus told the criminal, truly I tell you, today you will be with me in paradise, it reads like this. Truly I tell you, comma, today you will be with me in paradise. Making people think that Jesus and the criminal went to paradise that day. But the book of John clearly shows that they did not. Because Jesus told Mary Magdalene, do not cling to me, for I have not yet ascended to my Father. The comma was misplaced. And it was misplaced in that rewritten Bible in the 19th century. It was misplaced. It should have been placed here in that verse. That verse should have read like this. Truly I tell you today, comma, you will be with me in paradise. See this big misconception? And that makes the verse in John makes it more true, or it makes it true. That makes it to seem like it's a lie, or that the Bible's got holes in it. Because the comma was misplaced, and it's still that way in many Bibles, people seem to think that because the criminal on the cross was an evil person, they seem to think that they can sin up to the day they die and say, "Oh, Jesus, please forgive me. Remember me when I die and take me into your kingdom, like you did the criminal." Because of this misconception, because of that, where the comma was placed or misplaced, people have signed do not resuscitate forms. People have committed suicide. People have killed their significant others. Some couples have committed couple suicide. Let's get out of this world. Let's go to a better place. Let's just ask God for forgiveness, like the criminal. He was evil. He did something that was deserving of death. He probably killed some people. So if we kill ourselves, God is love and God will forgive us. People will tell you after people have had accidents, this and that, or whatever, got killed, or whatever, however. Oh well, they're gone to a better place. They're gone home. God called them home, and all this and that junk. You know, I don't care if I'm bursting somebody's bubble out there. I'm telling you the truth, and sometimes the truth is a hard pill to swallow. That comma was placed where it should not have been placed, and it's still placed there today. Some people who didn't have their heads up the world's butt sat down and they figured this out about the comma. It said somebody figured it out. The comma had to be put in the wrong place when the Bible was rewritten after punctuation marks were invented. And it made perfect sense. Perfect sense. Uninspired men of God. Uninspired men of God rewrote the Bible. My mom is one of the people who fell for that. See, but if you don't stay studied up, the book of Luke is right next to the book of John. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, right? You read that in Luke, which is almost close to that verse is almost close to the beginning of John. And then you read what John had to say, or the book of John, what it had to say. And you know, that's why I say these preachers, they should have noticed that. They should have picked up on that. Instead of just rambling through the Bible, telling people whatever, tickling their ears and all that. You got preachers on stage, on nationwide TV, talking about, well, I know I'm going to heaven. I know I'm going to heaven. I know I'm going to heaven. Talking about burning hells and all this and that. Ain't even remotely read the Bible. There was a guy, I was in jail one time. There was a guy coming there. And obviously had just started out reading the Bible. He came in there all brazen and stuff. And this and that. Okay. And then, well, not brazen, but he's just like bold with he's like he really knew the Bible. Until some questions were asked that he could not answer. When he couldn't answer them and the questions got answered, he felt like I think this was his exact word, something like this. It looks like I need to go do some more studying, huh? He was embarrassed. He was embarrassed. One of Jehovah's Witnesses came to a place where I was locked up one time, and I asked him a question about Satan. I said, "How is it that Satan? How is it that Satan knows the future? Because he knows his time is short. How is that?" Well, this is what he answered. Well, he knows his time is short because he knows the future. He just knows the future. I said, so you mean to tell me that Satan, knowing the future, is going to slander God in heaven, knowing that God would throw his ass, well, I didn't say ass, but knowing that God would throw him out of heaven, knowing that he would be thrown out of heaven, and he would have a certain damnation waiting for him if he slandered God, knowing all this stuff. And I said, plus, if he knew the future, how is it that he went to God, asked him about Job, knowing that he was going to lose the what he was talking about what he was talking about? How is it that he does these things knowing the future? Don't you think that's kind of stupid? Would Satan supposed to be so smart? I mean, that's just like if you know you're gonna be in an accident that night. You're just gonna get in the car and drive until the accident happens? Cause you know the future, you know what's fixed to happen. Seems like you'd be trying to stay out of that car. I said the only way Satan knows the future is because of the key futurities in the book of Matthew. Plus, God told him in the book of Ezekiel that he would destroy him. And I'm sure when that war broke out in heaven, and you know people talk in heaven just like we talk on the earth, he was told that in time he would be destroyed. He was told. You think they just had a war, nobody wasn't saying anything, just a bunch of scuffling and hitting and knocking the other angels around and all this and that, and they just tearing up heaven. Nobody said a word. They talk in heaven. You think they don't? God. And I believe that somewhere in somebody's conversation, Satan was told, probably just before he was put in the vicinity of the earth, for he was sent to the vicinity of the earth, that he would be destroyed. He knew it. And Satan can tell by the signs of the times that his time is short. That's why, the Bible says, well, Satan has come down to you, knowing his time is short. He knows his time is short. But see, time being short to Satan, you have to look at this. Satan is not like us. He doesn't have a lifespan like us. Satan has been in the vicinity of the earth for quite some time. To say that his time is short, well, that it's a lot longer than our time. That's for sure. It's short for him because, for one, he cannot enjoy heaven anymore. He's like in a prison now. He can't go. I mean, he's just he could never have the position he had. Being in the vicinity of the earth to him is like being in a dungeon, in a prison. He can't have it anymore. Now I believe that there was a time when when Jesus died, he went to talk to the spirits that were in prison, the angels. And I believe that they had the opportunity to repent. But I don't believe that they did. And then later, Satan tried to get a prophet of God to go to God, which the prophet did, asking for forgiveness, asking if they could be forgiven. And God told the prophet no, meaning to tell Satan no. And that meant he never had forgiveness. So Satan, in his anger, knowing he can't be forgiven, knowing he messed up, is trying to take
as many souls with him to destruction as he can.
however he can. He's throwing spiritual banana peels here, spiritual monkey ranches there. Everything, every trick in his little bag of tricks that he can use, he's doing it. Getting people hooked on drugs, on sex, women prostituting, all kinds of drugs now. Alcohol, cigarettes, women prostituting, making people cheat on each other, or influence them to cheat on each other, lie to each other, kill each other, hate each other, think they're better than each other. All kinds of stuff. Using people to talk about you. He's throwing fiery darts everywhere. Boy, if you ain't got on the whole armor of God, if you don't believe in God, you're like that man who went to that safari and got out of his car with his camera. Like he was just cool as a fan. No worries. And them lions tore his ass up. You put yourself out there. Like the big snowball fight the preacher was talking about on TV. He was full of the Holy Spirit. You can see it in his eyes. He said there was a big snowball fight. It was the night of the big snowball fight. There was God's side and there was Satan's side. Okay. And then you had people running from side to side. He said, the worst place to be in a snowball fight when there's two sides is in the middle. Because then you're getting it from both sides. What's the best side to be on? God's side. The best side. We may not have it as good as we want. We run into troubles and problems. Sometimes our faith is not as strong as it should be or up to par like it should be. And Satan knows this. His angels know it. When God threw him and a third of the angels out, how many angels do you think that was? A couple of hundred? 2,000 maybe? 200,000? 2 million? Hey, as far as we know, there could be billions upon billions, trillions of angels. It could be far more angels than we ever thought. And we are to stay prayed up. We are to keep on the whole armor of the Most High to be able to withstand the fiery darts of Satan. That means the memories, the things we did in the past, because Satan's going to come at us with everything. With haters, with racists, with bigots, with people that just say mean things to us. He's going to come at us with memories, with dreams, anything he can to get at us. And one of his favorite things to do, I believe, is to compound all these things, make us think about all these things as memories until it weighs us down to the point that we're mad about it. We're so mad, and we want to just get even with people who have left us, people who hurt our feelings, who broke our hearts. You know, we just, and sometimes, you know, we people lose people, loved ones to death. You know, we got put up with hate crimes, racist stuff, bigot stuff. Just people, the ignorance of people. It's all around us every day. Every day. We got put up with losing jobs, losing, family members, whatever it is. It's a compounding thing. And that's what Satan will do. He will pummel us into the ground. That means to our graves. That's why we had to stay studied up. We had to stay listened up, if you will, to someone who's telling us good things, to someone who has been there, to people who have been there. You are not alone. You are not alone. There's other people that need to hear this. Other people, there are so many people groaning for the way out, for truth and righteousness in this world, to see some light in this world. And when you have it and you don't share it, or when you keep it under the table, man, God is looking at you. Like, what are you doing? I sent this person to you. I made sure I told him to tell you to share what he's telling you. And you're sitting on it? Boy, that's got to be something that makes the Most High really mad. Really mad. You're ashamed of it? You're ashamed of what your friends might say? Or you don't know how to do it? Well, all you have to do is, hey, put it on your page. Let them listen to it. If they ask you about it, they want to get on you about it and tell, hey, the man makes sense. Or the woman makes, it doesn't necessarily have to be me. Just whoever's telling you the truth. Whatever things are of good report. Whatever things have merit. Man, look, we're in the last days. Can you not see that? What is it going to take, the great 7-year tribulation? When all proverbial hell breaks loose? The worst time of all times to put together on the face of this earth during that time. In fact, it's going to be so bad, the Most High said, if I did not shorten those days, no flesh would survive. And we are fast approaching it. In fact, I think we are at the needle point tip of the iceberg of it. An iceberg is a good symbol for it. It is going to be one of the most cold-blooded times. 7 years long. 7 years. What's the Bible say? Boy, if you don't, You know what? You can keep your head up the world's butt till it happens. Keep on, just like the people in Noah's day, just like the people in Lot's that Lot tried to tell his sons-in-law. They thought he was joking. They laughed at Noah. They ridiculed him. Probably wanted to fight him. Probably wanted to fight his family, talking about him and stuff. Because he kept building that ark for 120 years. And he kept talking to him. Until the time came for the rains to come down. The springs of the great deep burst forth, and the windows of heaven were opened. And when those people saw who was floating, they knew who was alive, that people were alive in that ark. The only other things that were floating around them were dead people that they could see. Dead children, dead animals, the dead relatives, the dead family. And the waters covered the mountains, which no doubt they ran up to the tops of the mountains, covered the mountains to a depth of more than 20 feet. God was not joking. Destruction is coming. The Bible said it's going to be so bad. He told his chosen people. He wasn't talking to all of them, of course, but he said, he didn't say no names. He said, you shall eat your own sons and daughters. That's how bad it is going. You think it's bad now? You think the shelves and stuff are being emptied now? Boy, it's just like a prelude to what's about to happen. You ain't seen nothing yet. Now, I don't know for sure who's going to bring it in full force. But I can guarantee you, I believe this. I might be wrong, because I don't know. But if Trump ever gets reelected, boy, y'all can just hang it up. All you foolish ones, and I'm not talking about all of you. You know who I'm talking about. You know who's foolish and who's not. All you foolish ones who think you're the chosen people, which is an insult to the Most High. God's chosen people is to bring blessings to the nations with the truth. Okay? Not curses. What all has Trump brought but lies? What has followed Trump? Death. 500,000 people dead because he didn't want to cause a panic. Oh, you're a liar? You're a liar? Then what the hell do you call it that happened at the Capitol? That riot? What was that about? Because you lied about the election being stolen. And these people believed you. You didn't want to cause a panic. You don't even care. It's all about you. Always has been, always will be. Then threw your supporters under the bus. Left them hanging with the ball. With the bag, I should say. As they say. Good God. And even people this is how I know all white people ain't foolish, like the Bible, like it says in that verse in the Bible in Deuteronomy. Because there were so many white people protesting with people of quote unquote color, as they say. So many people in the white race against Trump. Reporters, TV, news people, People on the internet, there were people, sensible people, against Trump and his supporters. Sensible people. So the Bible was not talking about all white people when he said, I will vex you with a foolish nation. But when you got so many people in that nation who act foolish like now about Trump and all, it's like, what the hell? You know, how much more foolish were they then when that was written about them? How much more foolish when God said, I will vex you with a foolish nation, not a people, meaning animalistic. How much more foolish is that? Killing people, no remorse, like animals. Like animals. No remorse whatsoever. And you have the nerve to call Native Americans savages after what you did to them? After deceiving them and killing so many of them, have the nerve to call them savages. Have the nerve to call people of the black race niggers, coons, porch monkeys. If we are savages and niggers and coons and porch monkeys and all these evil, bad things that you say we are, what the hell does that make you? When you are worse than us as a nation. Not all of you. What does that make you? You Trump supporters, you racists, you bigots. What does that make you? You liars. You ones who changed the Bible around to suit your own damn needs. You ones who said all the presidents were white to suit your own damn selfish needs. You ones who stole this country. And then some of you even today have the nerve to tell other people who can't speak the language, or who, when they speak in their own language in this country and you hear them, you have the nerve to tell them to go back to their own country when you stole this one? What the hell are you talking about? What kind of foolish nonsense is that? This goes to show that you don't even know your own damn history. That it was a lie. And guess who did it to you? People of your own race, your own ancestors. You know, it's pretty damn bad when a 17-year-old white boy takes his parents to court to sue them for being born white. Boy, I thought I had seen it all until I saw that on Facebook. A 17-year-old white boy saying that every time he gets in the shower, he tries to scrub the white off of him because of what his own people have done, the dirt they have done in this country. I said, boy, that's the granddaddy of all slaps right there. Now, it's one thing when white women, when women of other races, especially white women, when many of the white women, well, it seems to be many from what I've seen, and it seems to be everywhere too, are getting with people of, as they say, color. God. Boy. I'll never understand that one. The only way I can understand that is You people think that you were the chosen. Hey, how the hell can you get a white man out of black blood? Okay, Adam and Eve were black. So was Jesus. So was Abraham. I mean, it goes on and on. So was Samson. He had locks. Okay, today they call them dreadlocks. It goes on and on. Moses was black. Okay, it goes on and on and on and on and on. Your lie in the Bible, taking books out of the Bible and putting all that junk in there, is lies. Man, how much longer is the question? How much longer are you going to do it? Or let it go on? See, not only did you attempt to fool the masses, and you did fool a lot of people because a lot of people are still fooled. But what you weren't thinking about, you forgot one little thing when you were doing it. That you would also be fooling the future generations coming up after you of your own race. The lie continues. And you people keep feeding into it. Instead of trying to investigate to find out what the truth is. Even when you hear it, you won't investigate it. Because you can't accept it. You can't accept it. Some people in the white race have. They've had it all on the internet, YouTube, Facebook. There are people in the white race who have practically disowned their own race for what they have done. Boy, the one thing that irks me more than anything, I think, is when I see these old women and stuff trying to tell somebody to go back to their own country. Like this is their country. I'm like, how in the hell can you tell somebody, how can you bar somebody, put up a wall to keep people out of a country, a land that you stole? How does that work? How does that work? Just step all over the truth like it's a bunch of dirt. Like it's a bunch of dirt. And if you won't listen to the truth, you surely won't share it. People are committing suicide because of the way the world is. All the crazy things they see in this world. Committing suicide. You know what? The harvest is great, but the workers are few. People are drowning in the sea of people in this life. They are drowning. They are reaching out to be saved. They are looking for truth and righteousness. They are hungry for it. They are thirsty for it. And you have the help in your hand to save them. You could save their life, their soul. You could offer them salvation that would help them, which is in the truth. It comes along with the truth, with living the truth. But you won't even extend it to anyone because of the world, because of what the world will think. Well, let me go over here with Billy Bob and get me a beer and a bottle. Let me go have sex with Sally and Janie over here and sit around like I'm Mr. Cool Breeze. Let me go to this baseball game over here, the football. Let me go watch somebody make some three-pointers while I'm sipping on my gin and juice. Let me go blow this dope over here and look in the trees and see the birds making a little nest. Let me go hang out at the sports bar, play these video games. To go on a trip to Paris and see the sights, take this cruise And we just gonna sit around and drink and smoke dope all day and shoot up and snort and do all the good old things. We're gonna eat, drink, and be merry. Because we got money, we got goods laid up for many years. And one day God's gonna tell you, just like he told that man, you fool. You fool. Tonight, 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 tonight. My life force. My life force. My life force. My life force. I'm taken from you. I'm taken from you. I'm taken from you. I'm taken from you. Then who shall have all those things? Going around here bragging about tomorrow. See you tomorrow. See you next Christmas. See you next family reunion. Be down to see you in about 3 hours. See you tomorrow, Mr. Bus Driver. Thank you. Thank you for letting me off. He right here. See you tomorrow. You could drop dead 5 minutes right after you say that. How many people in the graveyards you think said that? See you tomorrow. I'll see you later. See you next year. See you next Easter. All that junk. You don't know what tomorrow's going to bring.
There are different elements in the key of life. We need to think before we act, not just once, 2 or 3 times if that's what it takes. We need to be alone while we're thinking of the decisions that we have in front of us. We need to consider life and death because both are real. Many people have said, no doubt, things like, I'll see you later. I'll see you at this time or that time. And it didn't happen. These people seem to think that they have a leash on life. No. You see, we all belong to the Most High. We don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. We don't know what's going to happen 5 minutes from now. So we should be thankful for every moment that we wake up. Thankful for our family, our friends, our parents, our children, and not be stiff-necked toward God when we see others who have more than us. All that glitters is not gold. You find out how happy or content you really were when what you had is gone. Always be forgiving. Always be a shoulder. Always be mindful of the Most High.
I pretty much said what I wanted to say. There are other talk videos on my YouTube page. I'm not out to offend anyone. I consider myself a voice of reasoning. You can say whatever it is you think about me. I'm just being logical. So you know, I'm trying to be helpful. I'm trying to help God's cause. Um, Helps me to get this stuff off my chest. It was always one of my desires to help people, and I feel I have a sense of fulfillment uh, that I'm doing the right thing by the Most High. I'm not perfect, just like Jesus told the rich young ruler. Which is one more thing I want to say before and I bet you some of you out there, if you listen, oh my God, is he going to hurry up and finish? Oh my God, yeah, you really got other things to do. Well, go on, get out there in it. It's that important to you. One day you will listen to this again, or you'll remember it. You'll remember the truth. When things get bad, boy, you will remember it. What I wanted to say is this about rich people. Um, the Bible says it will be easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of heaven. The rich young ruler who asked Jesus, "Good master, what must I do to inherit eternal life?" was first met with this answer, which was a question. Why do you call me good? There's no one good but God in heaven. Which means Jesus was under all kinds of temptations. Somebody said a long time ago, I remember it like it was yesterday. He said, when you are trying to do the right thing, Satan will bypass a million people to get to you. Boy, I can tell you one time, I was in the middle of doing some talks, and it seemed like, boy, Satan was throwing fiery darts at me, had me so mad. I mean, had me mad. One thing led to another, and I started to give in, started to do something, but you know what? I stopped, and I started thinking. I sat down. I had quit smoking and quit drinking at the time, and I was. That's when he really comes at you. Got to watch yourself. You got to watch yourself, especially when you're trying to come off of some chemical, or something like alcohol, whatever. Satan will come at you. Boy, he'll use the memories. He'll use people around you. He'll even use your own family to come at you. And you're like, what is going on here? But he will come at you to stop you. So, I could tell you some things. I mean, I couldn't believe it. It was like he was coming from every angle. And I'm like, what the hell? I think I said, what is going on here? I mean, my teeth was gritting. Boy, ooh-wee. Oh, I was hot. I wanted to go get some more cigarettes and a drink and just say, forget it. Oh my God! I can't even tell you. I don't even want to think about it because I know I'm gonna have a headache. Wow! I wanted to do, and then when you didn't do something about it, people seem to take your not retaliating against them as some kind of weakness, like you're a punk or something. No, I wasn't no sissy or nothing like that. I wasn't scared. I was just being smart. But it hurt me. It irked me too much. Ooh, the core. I wanted to, but I knew. That's why we got to sit down and think sometimes. Even then, it's hard to do it. Even after you think, count to 200. You can count 200 4 or 5 times and still be wanting to do some dirt, some damage. Boy, I said, boy, I got to go get something to drink, something to smoke, or I'm going to have a damn heart attack. And then I really would have been wanting to do something to somebody if I lived through it. Oh, my God. But that didn't happen. I said, God, you got to help me here. You got to help me here. Please get rid of these. And because I didn't do anything, and this is the truth I'm about to tell you. Every one of the people I asked the Most High to get rid of, He got rid of them. I sat and watched it unfold. One by one, He got rid of all of them until every one of them, because I made a list. Every one that I asked Him to get rid of, He got rid of them in one way or another. I mean, and I'm looking, and then after everybody was gone, I was like, oh my God, they're gone. They are gone, and there wasn't no way they could come back here because they got threw out. We're talking about different people in different apartments who lived in this one apartment here, apartment building. The rich man, the rich people, Jesus told the rich boy, the rich young ruler, go and sell all that you have and give it to the poor. I don't believe Jesus meant for him. I believe Jesus was just testing him to see where his heart was, to see how bad he really wanted salvation. The rich young ruler went away sorrowful, very sad, because he had many possessions. He was that rich. So you can see where his heart was. See, and that's the reason why I say Jesus was testing him to see where his heart was, where it really was, is because look at what Jesus said. Go and sell all that you have and give it to the poor. Well, if he had sold all he had and came back, and then he's poor. So why would Jesus tell him to sell all he has to give and give it to the poor when it would make him poor? He'd have nothing. I don't believe Jesus, just like with rich people or people of means who have stuff. I don't believe Jesus wants you to sell everything you have. I believe what he wants you to do, what he's trying to say to you is, you don't need all that stuff. There are some people who have millions of dollars, are not satisfied. They have to have more and more and more and more and more and more and more. And you will never be satisfied. That void that hole in your soul will never be filled. Just like a drug addict can't fill it by getting high. Just like a drunk can't fill it by getting drunk. It will never be filled. Many rich people, wealthy people, committing suicide or committed suicide, had everything they want, no doubt, except for peace of mind, peace of spirit. They didn't have that freedom. There was always something nagging at them that they couldn't find. There was something that there was a void in them, a hole in their soul that they could not fill. And they didn't know how to fill it. And it got tiring day after day, night after night. So tiring. What is it that I'm missing? You're missing what the world is missing. You're missing what the world is running from. The truth of how this world got to be this way. The truth about how it's going, the only way it's going to change. Do you think God is going to come down here and say, okay, it's time. Poof, be different. And everybody's going to change? No, it's not happening like that. It will happen with the spirit of the truth about everything that is wrong in this world. How it got to be this way, how it got to be broken this way, and how it will be the only way it will be fixed. Eat, drink, and be merry. But that means way more than just eating, drinking, and being merry. There's a whole bunch of people in that boat doing different things. Different things. On Judgment Day, 1,000 years long, a system will be set up to where people learn how to read. Illiteracy is one of the problems in this world. You can look at the comments on the post on YouTube, Facebook, any of these social media deals, and look at the way people don't use punctuation marks. They just, I mean, they read a whole paragraph, no commas, no periods, no nothing. You don't know where one sentence ends and the other one begins. You just got to kind of figure it out. And then many of them can't spell and have no shame in their game of how they're spelling words or misspelling words. Women on there being sluts and whores, closet prostitutes. Some of them just openly asking. I mean, there's no shame anymore. No shame. I'm like, what is wrong with these people? Boy, and you know what? All these things that you see with the kids being disobedient to parents, they're more than disobedient to parents. These kids nowadays are crazy. And you can't blame them for having boulders on their shoulders, chips on their shoulders the sizes of boulders, because of society. Children, they look up to their parents. They look at us, well, daddy, mama's got it all together, daddy's got it all together, my parents got it all together. And then, what do they see? That they've been lied to about a Santa Claus, lied to about an Easter bunny, a fairy godmother, tooth fairy, all this junk. And then you got this stuff, some of it closely related to the what people think is the birth of Jesus. And then this other stuff, Easter eggs, an Easter bunny, wrapped around the resurrection, and I mean related to the resurrection, the death, resurrection, and resurrection of Christ. They find out none of this stuff exists. No flying reindeer, no Santa Claus, no Easter bunny. And they put it together with the other stuff. No tooth fairy, no fairy godmother, all that junk. And it's the stuff that's closely related to the Christmas and Easter. The Santa Claus and Santa Claus and Easter Bunny and all this other junk. Rudolph, the red, Frosty, the snowman, who they've never seen. Not really. And they've never really seen Jesus. They've never seen heaven. They've never seen, hell is a common grave. They've never seen any angels. How are we supposed to believe that Jesus exists? You have to excuse me. I'm just coughing something terrible. And it's Satan doing it. I know he is. I know it's him. Trying to get me to stop. Anyways, I'm going to continue. When children find out that these things don't exist, that are so closely related to the supposed birth of Christ and the death and resurrection of Christ, Christmas and this Christmas, pagan holiday Christmas and Easter, then they realize that they've been lied to. So they lose respect for adults who they looked up to, who they thought they could trust, who they depended on. Then they look at the world, how messed up it is. With the starvation, the wars, the sicknesses, the death, the games people play, the lies people tell, the murders, the suicides, all these crazy things going on in life. People on drugs, homeless people. They look at all this junk and they see how messed up this world is. They see how messed up adults are, so-called grown-ups. They see you celebrating these pagan holidays every year, putting Santa Claus symbols up, having Easter egg hunts. You carry it on every year, a lie. Lie after lie after lie after lie after lie. They see homosexuals, men with men, women with women. And then they see the normal family setup. Man with woman, kid, children. And they're confused because they're seeing this other junk. Women kissing each other, holding hands. Men holding hands, hugging and kissing each other. And it's not just in the movies or on commercials. It's in public. It's in real life. And they are confused. And you people doing this stuff, it's like, what, have you no shame? Do you know? This is one reason why God destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. Because that kind of thing was going on in Sodom and Gomorrah. But many people don't believe in the Bible. They don't believe in God, that God exists. And the ones who did, like the children, when they find out that all this other stuff is phony and fake, and they see all the crazy things in the world, the racism, the hate crimes, the police killing unarmed people. They look at the role models in this life, the government, the president, acting crazy, telling lies, dividing the whole country. This tyrant who seems like his fingers are just itching to push some nuclear warhead buttons to start a war. And then you wonder why children rebel. Because mankind, especially the people who they looked up to, who they thought had it all together, they do not have it together. children, and this was predicted in the Bible, just like the verse about love, the love of many waxing cold, because of lawlessness. And lawlessness is because of the way the people at the top are doing things, the police, the governments, crooked. They see nothing. It's all selfish, all of it. Children, excuse my clearing my throat. I know that's very unbecoming, but that's what Satan wants. So please excuse it. I'm going to put it out there. I don't care. Well, I do care. That's why I'm going to put it out there. I don't care what he's trying to do. I know it sounds raggedy and everything. I don't like it, but I hope you understand. That's what he does. I said it earlier. I must be saying something right. I know I am. Because my throat was not cracking and stuff like this before. Yeah, he's got something to do with it. Like I said, though, children are looking at the world. They're looking at adults. We're supposed to be the role models. Trump and his supporters. No, not good role models. The wars all over the place. It's crazy. They look at life and how messed up it is everywhere. They don't know who to depend on because man has messed up the birth of Jesus and tainted the death and resurrection of Jesus. They don't even believe in that God exists. So they're just wandering around, mad, with chips on their shoulders. They have no respect for anyone. Children are even cursing out judges now. And the judge says, well, we're going to put you in jail for contempt of court now, but they don't think. And then you people make up these laws where you can't spank your kids. Okay, so people don't spank their kids. Then the kids just come out any kind of way. Come out shooting up schools, cussing people out, killing their families, doing all kinds of crazy things. Doing drugs, doing this, doing that. Stealing cars, all kinds of stuff. And then you have the nerve to say, poor parental supervision. Boy, you talking about double standards. Now, I know you people out there, even though this talk is kind of raggedy, even though it started from an idea, even though Satan has got me clearing my throat and you know I'm telling the truth. You know I'm telling the truth. Oh boy. Anyway, I can't do too much of this talk. I hope you got the gist of what I'm saying. I hope you got something out of it. I'm going to put it online. If you have any comments, please comment if you can. If there's a place for you to comment. I'll get back to you as soon as I see it. And you can say what you will or may, good or bad. It's not going to make me or break me. It's not going to change what I believe in. There's another talk. There's actually, I want to say this before I get off here. There are some talks by Pastor Dowell. I believe his name is spelled Dowell. Another black guy. He was talking about Jesus being a black man. It's got like 4 or 5 talks on that. Then there's a 2 books. One is called what is that book? Oh, here it is right here. One is called Studies in the Scriptures. The other is called Life, Death, Hereafter. These are 2 books. If you look them up on the internet, they have many truths in them. Very enlightening books. And they are actually from Layman's, Laymen apostrophe S, Home Missionary Movement, Chester Springs, CHESTERSPRINGS, comma, Pennsylvania. Short for Pennsylvania is PA, period, 19425. That's the zip code, 19425. One's called Life, Death, Hereafter. The other is called Studies in the Scriptures. I got some of my knowledge from these books, some of my knowledge from the Bible. I asked the Most High some years ago to open up my eyes to the Scriptures. I wanted to understand what I was reading. So I got most of my insight from the Most High, who, now that I'm thinking about it, no doubt brought me to put my attention on these books, Studies in the Scriptures, and Life, Death, and Hereafter. Very interesting, enlightening books. And I believe they're free. I know I got the ones I got them free. They have pamphlets and very interesting stuff. So with that, I think I covered most of what I want to say. There are other talks on my YouTube page. There are talks on my Facebook page under Daryl Stidham, DARRYLSTIDHAM. My name should be on this video. Let's see here. What else? And you'll see the one on my Facebook page. My Facebook page is called Eyewitness, EYEWYTNEZ. I spelled it different because I'm creative like that, and plus somebody else had already taken up the regular spelling of eyewitness, and they're using that as their page. So I just didn't want you to get confused or lost. So there it is. I don't know yet what I'm going to name this, but I think I'll find an appropriate name for it. Thank you again for your time. Please be safe in this pandemic, especially you thinkers and you ones who want to know the truth, subscribe to my channel, check out the other videos, and just think. Slow down, slow your roll, stay in your lane, and check yourself before you wreck yourself. In today's world, it is very easy to do. And believe you me, this is one thing you don't want to forget about. Satan is alive. He may not be well. And what I mean by that is he is sick. He's sick. Just imagine him with his eyes bugged out of his head, his veins in his neck about to pop because he's so bad, and him gritting his teeth. He is mad. You may not be able to see it, but he is mad every day. He's like that. And he's seeking whom he may devour. Like that man that got ate up by those lions. Stay in your lane. Stay prayed up. Stay studied up. And if you do get with someone, make sure they're in the same lane with you. They're on the same page. Because all that glitters ain't gold. All that glitters is not gold. If you have to walk away from some situation, walk away. If you're in a gang or whatever, get away, get out of it. Get out of it. If they don't want you to get out of it, hey, as a matter of fact, don't even get in it. God. That's what I'm saying. There's so many other different things you can do. Just think before you act. There's a billion things in this world you can do besides doing stuff like that. You know, and you parents out there, if you listen, you got people in gangs that if you need to move, just move. If you love your children that much, move and tell them, I'm moving because I love you. I'm trying to save your life. And it may be one of the hardest things you do, but it will be easier to do that than for you to bury one or more of your children because you didn't. And then you'll be wishing you had. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. And you parents need to talk to your children now. And you ones out there, hey, like I said, all the glitters they go. You youngsters out there, just because someone acts like they like you, especially you girls, listen, put them to the test. If they really want to be with you, make them wait. Make them wait. Then if they wait, if they don't say, well, forget you or get all snotty with you, then, maybe they do want to be with you. Anything worth having is worth waiting for. If they leave you because you made them wait, then they never really want to be with you. If a person genuinely wants to be with you, it's because he genuinely cares. You got to have a friend. You got to be a friend first before you can be anything else to anyone else. It ain't about sex, okay? That comes along sooner or later, but you got to be friends first. As aggravating to me as it is, as hard as it is, as mad as it makes me, when I tell you the truth and you don't want to listen, you want to shun it. You want to just walk all over it like it's dirt. You want to make a face at it, smirk at it. And when I'm trying to tell you something for your own good, as hard as it is, as aggravating as it is, as frustrating as it makes me, that you don't want to even see it or consider thinking about it. That you are being so foolish about it. I would rather have mercy on you, because God will punish you for neglecting, for shunning the truth. I would rather see his mercy on you for acting the way you're acting toward the truth than to not tell you the truth at all, than to sacrifice the truth. Because at least if I'm telling you the truth and you ignore it or you shun it, at least I know that I told you. And it frustrates the spirit of grace. When the spirit of grace is going all out, telling you the truth, and you deny it. Even so, it's better to have mercy on you, knowing that how you acted when listening, when hearing the truth. You didn't want to hear it. You didn't believe it at all. You didn't investigate. You didn't care. It would be easier for me to have mercy on you or see mercy done to you than to know that I didn't tell you the truth or continue to tell you the truth or finish telling you the truth, that I sacrificed telling you the truth because of the way you acted. It would be easier for me to have mercy on you, or for God, I believe, for God's Spirit to have mercy on you in his judgment of you, than it is to not continue to tell you the truth or to sacrifice the truth. Frustrating the Lord's grace, frustrating his Spirit when he tries to tell you something and you don't listen. And it's the truth that he tries to tell you. Or when I'm trying to tell you the truth, or he's speaking through me, trying to tell you the truth, telling you the truth, trying to get it through your thick skull what the truth is. And you want to play with it. You want to shun it. You want to smirk at it. You want to gossip about it. You want to just step on it like it's nothing. The truths that I come to you with, you want to just run all over them. It would be easier. I mean, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm not going to sacrifice not telling you the truth. I would rather, because I know your judgment is coming, I'd rather not sacrifice the truth. I'd rather tell you the truth. As hard as you make it to when I'm telling you the truth, as frustrating as you make me from the way you're acting about it or regarding the truth being told to you. I know the judgment is coming upon you because you're grieving my spirit. You're grieving the Holy Spirit that lives in me. The Spirit of truth that's talking to you, trying to tell you something. So instead of not telling you the truth, I'd rather tell you the truth and just have mercy on you. On the punishment that's coming upon you. Make it just be merciful than to not tell you the truth. Than not telling you the truth at all. Because your judgment is coming. When people learn the truth on Judgment Day, and some will be blatantly bold They won't even want to know it. They'll want to continue on because the same way they were when they came up out of the ground, or however, when they came back to life, they'll because when they die, um, when God brings them back, they'll have they go into death with the mentality, everything about them that was before they died will be everything that they are when they come back. And some, just like now, won't want to hear the truth. But this is the whole thing. They will be in a position to learn the truth. And then because Ben is getting tired of all this mess, and the great 7 year tribulation, that's going to bring a lot of people to themselves back to back to what really is worth it. They're going to see, they're going to learn that it's not this world. When they see the destruction and the things that will happen during that time, they will be so tired of evil and its results that they will be ready for a change. Some will. But then you will have the ones who will still be messing up. And many may die during the 7 year great tribulation. The Lord said, if I didn't shorten those days, no flesh would survive. So many will die. And the fact that the Lord told people, his chosen people, I believe he was talking to, actually I'm sure he was talking to them, he said, you will eat your own sons and daughters. So if you would eat your own sons and daughters, and God doesn't lie, that means that you think it's bad now? The grocery store shelves and everything? You think it's bad now during this pandemic? Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't seen nothing yet. You will eat your own sons and daughters? Well, as many as there will be dead, there will be plenty of people to eat, which is so unethical, so unbecoming to do such a thing. And to eat your own sons and daughters that you played with, that you loved, that you cherished, that you held, that you adored so much. To eat your own sons and daughters. I don't know if the Most High meant that people would kill their children or eat them after they're dead. But before you would do that, you would eat other people, surely. And you would feed other people to your sons and daughters. And then, as helpless as they are, especially the little ones, and I think that's what the Bible was talking about, you will kill and eat them. This is how bad it will be. The Bible says that it will be the worst 7 years. Oh, you ain't seen nothing yet. It didn't say it like that in so many words, but it said there was never a time like it, and will never be a time like it again. This is how bad it's going to be on this earth. it is going to be total chaos. And it's coming. And the reason why it's coming is because of selfish, ignorant man, willfully ignorant man that won't listen to the truth. Man won't listen to it until he's almost dead. And because man is looking at man die now. Almost 500,000 people dead. And there's people are so ignorant, some of them they're calling it a hoax. How's it a hoax that 500,000 people are dead? That's a hoax? Well, that's some hoax. Oh, it's a hoax. It's a hoax. People still out there in this stuff. This is what is frustrating. When it's right before your face, man's ways are right before his face, right before his eyes. He could see it. He could see his own ways and the ways of other people, in the ways of the world that he follows. Yet he still follows the world, denying the truth that's right in front of him, because the rest of the world seems to be okay with it. Boy, you think it's bad now? The grocery store shelves empty and people scrapping this and that. When things are all evened out in the new world, the people who had stuff, when they come back, they'll have the same mentality. They'll have the same mentality. And they will want to be rich, the ones who had a lot. So it will be their mentality to get rich again, which is why the Bible says it will be easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of heaven. And I spoke about that earlier, about the rich young ruler whose possessions were worth more to him than his salvation. And the one guy who just completely forgot about God, Mr. Eat Rich, Eat, Drink, and Be Merry, Mr. Eat, Drink, and Be Merry guy, and was bragging about it. So you have much goods laid up for many years. Eat, drink, and be merry. Now I'm doing this, and Satan is beating on the door, somebody's door. Just these distractions, like I said it earlier in my other talk. When you're trying to do something, a preacher said it. When you're trying to do something that's right, Satan will bypass 1,000,000 people to get to you, trying to distract you however he can. However he can. When my daughter was shot a couple of weeks ago, this is February, around the end of February 2021, she was shot. I don't know what happened. 5 of her children were shot and killed. The shooter shot his younger brother, who was in the house also. These children were all under the ages of 9. Sweetest little children in the world. Sweetest little babies in the world. Oh my God, they were so sweet. Sweet. Can you imagine? Oh my God. The innocence of children. Can you imagine them seeing each other getting killed? Not knowing what to do. No one to save them. Cold-blooded murder. Can you imagine that? And the guy who did it, no remorse on his face, not in his mugshot, not when he got out of the police car, when they took him out of the police car at the jail. No remorse, none whatsoever. None. You know, he may have gotten tired of life or somebody did him wrong or whatever. But this is the way life is. The love of many is waxing cold. People just don't care anymore. It's so bad that people are committing suicide all over the world. I was walking from my apartment one day. Well, actually, I was walking back to it from somewhere, from the post office, I believe, which was right in front of my apartment building. Or I was coming from the thrift store. Either or, that's neither here nor there. I was coming back to my apartment, and a woman was coming up the sidewalk who happened to be a Jehovah's Witness. And she, in so many words, said, "Do you have time to talk for a minute?" She had little books and stuff, pamphlets and stuff. And she said, "Do you know uh, how bad it is in the world today?" I said, "Well, yeah, kind of." She said, "It's so bad that people all over the world, all around the world, are committing suicide. It's that bad. No one knows the way out." And she said they want to know, but I believe she said the harvest is great. People want to know, good people, but the workers are few. The workers are few. And I believe I told her, I agree with you. She didn't know anything about me doing talk videos or anything like that. But what she told me gave me a reason to do another talk video, which I'm sure I did. This was a couple of years ago, and time is passing so fast. It's gonna get bad. It's bad now. It's going to get worse. You ain't seen nothing yet. You may think this is the norm. The pandemic may not have gotten to you. You may be one of those people who thinks it's a hoax. It's a hoax, and it's right in front of you. It's a hoax. Wow. 500,000 people within a year is a hoax? Wow. Okay. Listening to, boy, Satan hatched that lie. It's a hoax. It'll go away. Just drink some bleach and put some light under your skin. It's going to go away. It's going to be a miracle. What a role model. What a role model that person was. And he's still messing up. Talk about somebody of the foolish nation. A liar. A murderer. From the beginning. That's why they tried to get him out of office. Only president that got impeached twice. And the Republicans are so afraid of him, they didn't want to convict this person because he has that much power over people, like the Antichrist. He got him to riot at the Capitol. So people are still afraid of this person because of his oratory, because of his appeal. Even though he's not in office, he's still got foolish followers. And the man has all the characteristics of the Antichrist. All of them. Got those people in a frenzy. Got them all stirred up. They just went crazy up at the Capitol. And just like Satan, who lies, he lied to them about walking up there with them, this and that, threw them all under the bus. Almost 300 of them so far. Now they're crying in the media and saying that they were tricked by the devil and this and that. Well, yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I'm going to add this to the other talk I did. And hopefully you'll share what you hear. It's the truth. Every word I'm speaking to you is the truth. Well, I'm not speaking it to you. I'm speaking it. You may be hearing it. I'll just say every word I'm speaking. Every word I'm saying is the truth. And it's to everyone. Okay? So I guess it's okay to say every word I'm speaking to you because it's to you too. It's all true. It's all good. All good. So I'm going to add it to my last talk, and my last talk may be a little rough. But Satan had my throat scratching and everything right in the middle of the talk. And but he was trying to make me give up. He was trying to make me stop because it was really getting bad. I had to keep turning the microphone off to clear my throat. And sometimes I didn't get to, no, because I was recording this a different way. I was recording this on my phone. I had to keep hitting the pause button. And sometimes when I thought I had hit the pause button, I had actually not hit it. And it was just a mess. So I hope you can bear with me. I'm not a great speaker. Just trying to get it out there. It's a little rough. But please try to look over the throat clearings and just listen for the truth. That's all that matters. I'm going to try to edit out as much of the throat clearings as I can. And so it will sound more commercial, or at least not as rough as it did when I was recording it. So thank you for listening. Please share if you care, even though you could share it to your page or however, if you want to work out your own salvation, because that's what the Bible tells us to do. See, the once saved, always saved is unbiblical. That's just another lie hatched by Satan. All of us can fall short. And not a one of us is good. In fact, the Bible says we all have fallen short of God's glory. You have to work at your salvation daily. It's a daily thing. And you have to stay faithful to the Most High. You have to be faithful. That's why I believe, we're called the with Jesus the bridegroom. It was one thing, the bridegroom. One, we're all as one, and we have to remain faithful. We have to be as faithful to Jesus as He is to us, or God's Spirit in Jesus. Since we more readily recognize Jesus, since He was the one on earth with God's Spirit in Him, um, we say the body of Christ, and which is symbolic, God's representative, and it's okay. All right, the last talk was a little bit over 2 hours long, so I'm going to end this, add it on to the other talk, and get it out there. Excuse my throat. Just woke up, and it was bugging me. This uh, verse. Um, I desire uh, mercy rather than sacrifice. I mean, I was laying there, and it just because I couldn't. It was like I was getting it backwards. I didn't know which one. And when you're asleep, you're not thinking right. So I was wondering. I'm tossing and turning. Is it I desire sacrifice and not mercy, or mercy and not sacrifice? And then I was like trying to figure out, okay, what does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? And I kept thinking about it, and sometimes, and I'm like, God, Lord, I don't want to tell anybody anything wrong. But when you have sleep, when you don't sleep as much as I do, I mean, when you're up as much as I am, and you don't sleep enough like I don't, because you're always doing talks and stuff. And I know the Lord uses me. One night I did, I don't know, several talks, and I was tired. I was tired before I did the first one. But after I did it, it was like, okay, it was like the Lord pruned me to do something else. And then I did another one. I was laying down, and I was like, Lord, I'm tired. But only God knows what we will go through. He knows how much we can bear, how much we can stand to do. And it's like the Lord was telling me, well, you asked for this. And you know the harvest is great and the workers are few. And I believe this is one thing, going back to the I desire mercy and not sacrifice. I think this is one thing that makes the Lord angry. Because when he's using people to come to other people, to tell them to share this, share this, share this. It's that simple. The leg work, the hard work is already done. The talking is already done. What is so hard about sharing something? Especially if you know it's the truth. Are you trying to impress the world or stay on the world side? The world that's dying, that's in trouble, but you want to go along with it like it's okay? This reminds me of a picture I saw on the internet of this girl sitting at this picnic table with the smile on her face, and the picnic table was on fire. The stuff on the picnic table was on fire, and she was sitting there right by this fire thing with this smile on her face. And the heading of this, the caption of this picture said, uh, something about when you're trying to remain cool, when your life is something and you're trying to remain cool. It was the most silly, the most ridiculous. It was actually so silly that it was funny. She's trying to be cool, putting on this air like her life is okay, but it was in total chaos. The way this, it was just messed up the way this picture was portraying her life to be. But she was trying to remain cool when your life is is all messed up, something like that. It was real fun. I was trying to find it on the internet the other day, but I couldn't. Yeah, it was pretty funny because that's the way people act. Lives are just going to hell, all messed up, and people are acting like they're all happy and this and that, that and this. Yeah, okay, okay. Uh, Anyways, only thing that's gonna save us is or save you individually. The only thing that's gonna save us is the truth. You know, there was one picture I have on my internet. I'm sorry, in my pictures I got from the internet that says, "If everybody likes you, you ain't real enough. You ain't real enough. You're putting on airs. You're wearing you've got a mask on. You're not being you, or you're not being real anyway. You may be being you. You're just not being real. You haven't come to the end of yourself. You haven't come to your senses, actually. Some people, they don't even know which way they're going. The Bible says we aren't even fit to direct our own steps. That's why people are following other people in the world. They think that everything, and this is the whole world doing this. The world thinks that everything else the world is doing is okay because the rest of the world is doing it. It's just people following people. It's not one set thing. It's just everybody, the people that you're following, you don't know. There are people following you. They don't know that you're following them, and you don't know that they're following you. It's just the world following the world, following the blind, following the blind, like the three blind mice. Like Andrew Dice Clay said, where the hell are they going? Where are they going? The world doesn't even know. It's the end thing. Well, Bobby Sue and Billy Bob are going over here. Tom and Joe and Sally Sue are going over there. They're doing this tonight. A lot of people going to that ball game tonight. A lot of people going to be doing this tonight. Going to the club and going to the concert. The world following the world. Doing everything else that the world is doing. Drinking, smoking, drugging, partying, orgies, whatever. You name it. You name it. It's just the way it is. And I want to say this before I close this. I got to say this. Because it makes me so mad when I hear it. Because it's somebody else who has just totally ignored the truth. Or doesn't want to hear it, didn't want to hear it, whatever. When people come up with this nigger stuff and talk about Indians, Native Americans being savages, I have to say this. I have to speak on it. And it's not to all white people. It's just to the ones who are ignorant. And I don't believe this is all white people anyway. This is going on with all white people. But there are some white people, speaking of animals, and I've seen this when I was looking at this stuff. Like I said, I'm not perfect. I used to look at pornos, and I saw many white women, many black men together with white women. Okay, that's one thing. And they were rubbing it in. They had a video on there. They were rubbing it in white guys' faces. The white women were. They were actually talking about, once you go black and all this and that, while they're having sex with these guys and stuff like that. Then I saw white women having sex with animals and how different guys were using these white women, orgies and with black, white, all kinds of guys, just using the woman in every way possible. Then I saw white women with animals, different animals. I mean, doing everything under the sun with different animals. Having sex with animals while they're having sex with guys. Uh, had the animals' penises in their mouths and swallowing the animal sperm. All kind of stuff. Well, if they were doing it with the animals, they were doing it with the male guys too. I mean, all kinds of animals. Dogs, horses, pigs, monkeys, just all kind. I'm like, wow, okay, wow, no shame. Then I got to thinking, what is, when the Bible, I know the Bible said, not a people, that they were foolish, and they were not talking about all of you. Then I got to thinking about the red eye, and you take the selfies or whatever, and the red eye. I saw it in one of the pornos. These two guys had this white girl, these two black guys, turned her every which way but loose, and she was enjoying it. But there was some way she turned her head toward the camera or whatever, and this red eye popped in there, and I'm like, wait a minute, whoa! And then she looked at the camera again, or they were shifting her around in a different position, and the red eye was all in her. I'm like, oh my God, wait a minute. Okay, I had only seen this in pictures, still pictures, to that point, and then I saw that. Then I get to thinking about the lice. I'm like, where does this come from? Where does the dog smell, the wet dog smell, come from when some white people get out of the showers? I can't say that's with all white people because I haven't been with all white people. But I do know this though. For white people to talk about other people with all these things that are going on with in the white race. Not all of you, because I don't know all of it. I don't know. All I know is what I've seen, what I've smelled, uh, the school shootings, and the crazy things that some white people have done. The lice, the red eye, that dog smell, all that stuff. It makes me think about that verse in Deuteronomy. I will vex you with a foolish nation, not a people void of understanding. Don't even want to listen to the truth. Shooting up schools and got this attitude about, well, we're the chosen ones, and this. And I already mentioned about what uh, some uh, some of the ancestors of white people did. These are truths. So again, if any of you are out there listening to this, and you consider, you think that black people are animals and niggers and coons and porch monkeys and that Native Americans are savages and all this and that after what people in the white race have done? You think you're God's chosen people? The proof is in the race pudding. It's in there. There's no denying it. Oh my God. It's undisputable. No denying it. Now, like I said, I'm not talking about all white people, but you know who you are. You know who you are. And I'll say it one more time. 2,000 years ago, that verse was written about, I will vex you with a foolish nation. If Trump and his support, well, it's not no ifs to it. Ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It is what it is, like he said. They are that foolish now, him and his supporters. I ain't talking about all white people. Let's get that clear. If they are that foolish now, after all Trump has done, to keep following him like he's done nothing, how much more foolish were they 2,000 years ago? I just wanted to throw that in there. I believe it's an insult. It's an abomination to the Most High to even walk around with your chest puffed all out like you are the chosen people after all the lies, the murders, the mayhem, all the problems that have started, and you hear the truth and you don't even want to share it. You won't share it to your page. You won't tell nobody about it because you're afraid of what somebody else is going to say about you. I wouldn't be worried about what they say. I'd be worried about what the Most High will say. Because when you lose His favor, you're done. You have no hope. There's no excuse. You can't blame it on the world. You should be living like this is totally depends on you because it totally does. You can't say, well, my friends were doing it, looked okay. Man, that's not no excuse. That's a cop out. And it's a lame one at that. You know? And people can laugh and joke and do this and do that, and you will find yourself in a predicament that you cannot get out of. It won't be so funny then. It's a serious situation. It's just like people right now. You know, like I said earlier, they laugh right now, they drink, they smoke, they do dope, all this and that stuff. And they keep doing it because nothing has happened yet. Like the people in Noah's day. Nothing had happened yet. So they kept messing with Noah. All that time, 120 years, him and his family. And he had to put up with it. Tell him he's trying to talk to these people. And no doubt he was frustrated. So God, I'm sure at that point, when he closed Noah and his family up in that ark and the animals, he didn't care about what those people thought. He did not care. He wiped them all out. He's trying to tell you now, trying to tell you something right now. Come out of her, my people. If you have an ear to hear, come out of the destruction that's about to happen. America, Babylon the Great, is getting ready to get it. Boy, this is going to be part of the 7-year tribulation. Use line upon line, precept upon precept. Here a little and there a little. Put these corresponding verses together. These verses that seem to go together, put them together. Analyze them. It's coming. You're being warned. Well, I didn't know nothing about it. Well, that's because of where your head was. When it happens, you're being warned. If you were in the right place, if you're thinking, if you're listening, you're in the right place. You're hearing the truth now. Well, let me contemplate this with your finger upside your head. Let me contemplate this. Bobby Sue and Jimmy Mac, they're down there at the bar, they're just having a good old time. Let me go down to the bar and have fun, and I'll think about this tomorrow. Man, tomorrow ain't promised to you or your family. Now is the acceptable time because now is the time when you can do something. You're alive to do it. You're thinking about it. Don't just think about it. Don't talk about it. Don't ponder it. Be about it. Do something about it. Show the Lord that you care about your salvation, that you care about Him first and foremost, that you believe in His cause, because this is real. This is real. You're not hearing this for no reason. You're hearing it because the Most High wants you to hear it, because He does not want to see anyone perish. Well, there goes the train. And I'm almost through anyway. The harvest is great. You may be one of the weed-like people you may be one of the wheat-like people that's worthy of being saved. But the proof, the actions are in the pudding. The proof is in the raised pudding. It's in what you will do. It's in what you are made of. What's in your heart, what's in your mind. It's what you're about. You've got the vision now because you know the truth. You know the truth. The world got to be this way because of lies, because of selfishness, because of the twisted ways of Satan that man has fallen for, just like with Trump and his supporters. We see the lies right before our eyes. We see it. But because the rest of the world is doing it, and it's not the whole world, because other people are standing up. People in the white race, people in the black race, I'm assuming in every race. And if they're not, they should be. I know I've seen people stand up, and I applaud those people because they're doing the right thing. And I know it's easy to stand up and it's easy to fall away. It's hard to stand up because you have the rest of the world against you, it seems. But it's easy to fall away, to get back into the world. But doing that is just like a dog going back to its vomit. It's unbecoming. And then you feel guilty. It's like going back to smoking cigarettes after you stopped for so long, or getting back on drugs or alcohol. It's just harder to get back up the next time. So we need to stay faithful to what we're doing, to what makes sense, to what has purpose and meaning. We need to look at that. Look at the things that have merit, the things that are of good report, the things that are lovely and wonderful and lasting, that give you purpose, a reason to be alive, that make sense. We should go with the things that make sense. And not just say, oh, well, I'll get to that tomorrow. I'll get to that tomorrow. Tonight I'm going to have some fun. You can take that chance, but there's no guarantee. No guarantee. My name is Daryl Stedham again. I'm finishing this. Excuse the throat clearings. You smart people out there, the ones who are thinking along the lines of the right, doing the right, what's right by the Most High, by yourself, by your families, by other people in this world, as many as you can reach anyway. If you have any compassion in you at all, do what's right. God's looking at you. Remember, He lives in each and every one of us. Do what's right. Don't frustrate. Don't keep frustrating God's grace, His Spirit. He's waiting on you. He's calling you to see what you will do. And there's a poem on my page called God Calling, also, along with, well, there are different talks and poems and stuff on my Facebook page under my name and my YouTube page. There's a talk video. It's a poem, God Calling, and one called Be Still. There are plenty of them on there. Plenty to keep you busy, that's for sure. And I'm always posting, so if you subscribe, you will hear, God willing, my other new talks. Just, make a note of the ones you listen to, share them to your page, or just however you want to share them. Work out your own salvation. And that's a good way to do it, because the Lord is looking for workers. The harvest is great, but the workers are few. Share if you care. Hold up the light of the truth, and let's expose the lies of the devil. Put him in his place. That's the only way anything is going to change.